Where's your cruise going? Where's your cruise going? Where's your cruise going? Oh, I wish we'd done that.
I'd like to call to order the Milan Area Schools Board of Education regular meeting for Wednesday, April 12th, 2023. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for everyone attending this evening. All board members are present. Our student board members are absent attending student activities. Would like to welcome Carrie Gutierrez to her first meeting. We're going to do a ceremonial oath of office. She's already been sworn in officially, but we'll do a ceremonial swearing in this evening.
I'll just repeat what you tell me.
I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of this state,
and the Constitution of this state,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the Office of Board of Education
of the Office of Board of Education
of Milan Area Schools,
of Milan Area Schools,
Washtenaw and Monroe Counties, Michigan,
Washtenaw and Monroe Counties, Michigan,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability. Thank you.
All right, next up on our agenda is a paraprofessional appreciation. I need a motion to thank the paraprofessionals of Milan Area Schools as recorded in attachment A.
So moved by Frey.
Support by Farrell.
It's been moved and supported to thank the paraprofessionals of Milan Area Schools as recorded in attachment A, which I will read. Milan Area Schools recognizes April 5th, 2023 as Paraprofessionals Appreciation Day. Whereas paraprofessionals are essential to the mission of our district and the success of our students, whereas paraprofessionals provide a variety of services and supports to help our students achieve success, whereas paraprofessionals collaborate with teachers and other district staff to provide a quality educational experience for all students, and whereas paraprofessionals provide essential services within our schools, including support for instruction in the most inclusive setting, assistance with the social and daily care needs of individual students, numerous other tasks that contribute to educational success, whereas the support and services provided by paraprofessionals are integral to the student achievement, resulting in better, more effective schools where all students are welcome and safe, whereas Milan Area Schools is committed to excellence in education and recognizes the important role paraprofessionals play in ensuring educational success. Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Education hereby extends its appreciation to all Milan Area Schools paraprofessionals for supporting the education of our students. Be it further resolved that the Milan Area Schools Board of Education strongly encourages all members of our community to join with us personally expressing appreciation to our paraprofessionals for their dedication and devotion to their work. A fitting recognition of our paraprofessionals. Any other comments?
Mr. Sissel?
Yeah.
I just wanted to thank the PTOs and the different sunshine clubs that we have at our different schools, because I know last week they gathered up some goodies in recognition of the parapros. I thought that was a very nice gesture on all of their parts, and I know that it was very well received. Mr. Gearball, if I may, not to put you on the spot, I apologize, but we have a program, right, Para to Teacher?
Yes.
How about how many of our paras are doing that?
I think right now we have 3 in the program, and we have 2 or 3 that have applied for the next cohort.
Awesome, okay. Well, I think it's really awesome that we have that program as well, and we support them with that, and so I congratulate you for moving up and helping us in that endeavor as well. Thank you, Mr. Sislo.
Thank you. Thank you. Any others? All right, it's been moved and supported to thank the paraprofessionals of Milan Area Schools as recorded in attachment A. Ms.
Sislo,
Yes.
Farrow,
Yes.
Freight,
Yes?
Gutierrez,
Yes.
Heike, yes, Murray,
Yes.
Rosenleacher,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
All right, next up on the agenda is public comments. A reminder, this meeting is a meeting of the Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business. It's not to be considered a meeting. There are 2 times for public participation during the meeting as indicated in the agenda. When addressing the board, you will be asked to state your name. The board determines the amount of time granted to individuals or groups to speak. Each person shall be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes. Board members may question speakers but are not obligated to answer questions or make statements or commitments in response to issues raised by the public. In general, such items will be referred to the superintendent for advisement, investigation, study, and/or recommendation, or designated as future agenda items for board consideration. And just a reminder for this evening, we do have a student discipline hearing this evening that we will be going to closed session at 8:30, regardless of where we are on the agenda. So we'll take a vote to move that item if we are at 8:30 by the time that happens. Are there any students who would like to address the board? Public members who would like to address the board? All right, next we have.
So great that you guys did that resolution for paraprofessionals. I'm curious how many of you are sitting up there that truly believe that there are paras in the district watching this meeting going, oh my gosh, I'm so glad that that resolution happened. They really do care, because they don't. Majority of the paras in the district do not. Majority of the district. There's hardly any paras in the district. So this is my official request, and I will do an email. Lon Smith came before the board 2 years ago. He actually did a presentation for you where he actually discussed how many paras the district needed, how many paras the district had by building, as well as a lot of other information about how the special needs students in our district were being addressed, all their needs being addressed. I'm officially requesting that you have Lon Smith come back to a school board meeting and address these issues before all of you again. Maybe you don't know the issues that are taking district because you're in your own echo chambers. However, I think it's important that you guys make sure that you are very much aware of some of the issues taking place, and that would happen by you having someone like Lon Smith who is in charge of before you and give a presentation. So I would suggest that these board members ask your superintendent, Brian Gearbaugh, who's your that you want him to make sure his employee that he's in charge of come before you and let you know how well are the special needs kids in Milan being treated and all their issues being addressed, because they're not. And that resolution does not change any of that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Rachel. I'm just curious, we've had another school shooting in our nation, and I'm just wondering again what we're doing as a district. I know that we've had a school survey, but what are we doing to keep our kids safe? It's a concern of our parents. I've asked it repeatedly about whether or not you guys would be willing to form a parent advisory committee to work out some of these issues, to help with these resolutions. And I wonder why you're not doing it. Why? Respond to me in email. You know, I just find it repugnant that, you know, here as a district, we had no problem approving Brian's raise last year for 4 consecutive years without blinking. Yet our enrollment continues to drop and our test scores are nowhere where they were pre-COVID. But we have put our children's school safety on the back burner. Why? Nobody seems to have any dialogue on it. I wonder if you actually value dialogue. I would like for something to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Are there others? Those comments this evening. Next up is routine matters for approval. The motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of March 22nd, 2023.
Moved by Murray.
Support by Rosenleacher.
It's been moved and supported to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of March 22nd, 2023. Ms. Heiko. I'm sorry, is there any discussion? All right, it's been moved and supported to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of March 22nd, 2023. Ms. Heiko.
Farrow,
Yes.
Freight,
Yes?
Gutierrez,
Abstain.
Heika, yes. Murray,
Yes.
Rosenleacher,
Yes.
Sislo.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
6-0.
6-0, sorry. Can't count tonight.
Next, I need a motion to approve the bills and reimbursement of expenses.
Moved by Farrow.
Support by Heika.
It's been moved to approve the bills and reimbursement of expenses. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Sislo,
Yes, Mr.
I just want the board to know that I reached out to Krista with some questions on a few of the checks, and those questions were answered beyond satisfaction.
Thank you, Mr. Farrow. Any other questions or concerns? All right, it's been moved and supported to approve the bills reimbursement of expenses. Ms. Heika.
Freight,
Abstain?
Gutierrez,
Yes.
Heika, yes. Murray,
Yes.
Rosenleacher,
Yes.
Sislo,
Yes.
Farrow.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Need a motion to approve the cancellation of the May 9th, 2023 regular meeting as detailed in the attachment B.
Moved by Heika.
Support by Farrow.
It's been moved and supported to approve the cancellation of the May 9th, 2023 regular meeting as detailed in attachment B. Just a clarification here. We are going to be holding a special meeting prior to that due to some time-sensitive needs to respond to. So you will be hearing an announcement regarding that special meeting soon. And we were able to move the business that we needed to accomplish at that meeting, which is the WISD budget and other things, to the next meeting in April. That's the reasons that we're having a special meeting and then moving a lot of that business to the April 26th meeting. Ms. Heika.
Gutierrez,
Yes.
Heika, yes. Murray,
Yes.
Rosenleacher,
Yes.
Sislo,
Yes.
Farrow,
Yes.
Freight.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, the next up is in the area of finance and operations. I need a motion to renew the food service management company contract for the 2023-2024 school year with Chartwell Dining Service Management Company as described in attachment C. Further, to authorize the superintendent or designee to sign all necessary documents.
Moved by Farrow.
Support by Heika.
It's been moved and supported to renew the food service management company contract for the 2023-24 school year as described in attachment C. Mr. Gearbaugh.
Just a couple of comments. For those that have not been on the board or involved in this in the past, this is a very highly regulated process. You are allowed to sign a 5-year contract with a company, but it requires annual renewal. All of the increases or changes in that contract have to be approved by the state of Michigan, MDE. So the letter that you have is based on the changes that we worked out with Chartwells and then were approved by the state. I think it's important to know that built into our 5-year contract, we had 3% increases, annual increases built in on certain costs. This year, the state actually allowed those costs to be increased by up to 8.8%, but we chose to hold Chartwells at the 3.3 or the 3% built into our contract. So our increases were well under the CPI index.
Any questions or concerns?
Just a quick question, if I may, Mr. Sislo.
Sure.
Mr. Gerbaugh, does that mean that I'm assuming that our lunch prices, as a per student also go up every year by the 3%?
Oh, not necessarily. Because the reimbursement rate for free and reduced lunch actually went up 8.8%. And so what we do each year is we balance in the food service. We don't do anything to attempt to make money off of food service, cover its own cost. And as long as it continues to do that, we don't raise lunch prices. Okay. So right now, I don't raise next year in lunch prices, but we'll be working with food service as we work on our final budget amendments at the end of the year to determine whether that's necessary or not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freight. Any other questions or concerns? It's been moved and supported to renew the food service management company contract for the 2023-2024 school year, Hartwell School Dining Service Management Company, as described in Attachment C. Further, to authorize the superintendent or designee to sign documents. Ms. Heika.
Murray,
Yes.
Rosenleacher,
Yes.
Sislo,
Yes.
Farrow,
Yes.
Freight,
Yes?
Gutierrez.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next up in the strategic area of academics and programs, I need a motion to approve the adult community education graduates as listed in Attachment D, contingent upon their completion of all graduation requirements.
So moved by Freight?
Support by Rosenleacher.
It's been moved and supported to approve the adult community education graduates as Attachment D, contingent upon their completion of all graduation requirements. Mr. Gearbaugh.
We're so proud to have this longer list of graduates that will be graduating on May 25th this year. I also just received this week the list of FCI graduates, so I'll be bringing that to you at one of our upcoming meetings. Again, just an example that Milan Area Schools truly wants to provide education to anyone at any time that wants to receive an education and work towards a diploma. So proud of these young folks and folks that decided to come back and earn a Milan High School diploma.
So May 25th
Yes.
is the graduation. Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Sislo?
Yes, Ms. Freight.
I'm just really excited that Connie always invites us to this, and like Mr. to piggyback off her, it's an incredible program, and it's a very nice evening, so I really enjoy being able to participate and celebrate the individuals that before us. Thank you, Mr. Sislo.
Yeah, I agree.
Just congratulations. Thank you.
It's been moved and supported to approve the adult community education graduates as listed in Attachment D, contingent upon their completion of all graduation requirements. Ms. Heika.
Murray,
Yes.
Rosenleacher,
Yes.
Sislo,
Yes.
Farrow,
Yes.
Freight, Gutierrez,
Yes.
Heika, yes. Motion carries 7-0.
All right, next up in the area of the learning environment and culture, we will have a Washtenaw Intermediate School District Parent Action Committee update from Andrea Bennick, the chairperson of the WISD Parent Action Committee.
Thanks for the introduction.
You're welcome.
It's not necessary. As the chairperson. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to give a PAC update forward in the community. Last month, Milan Area Schools and a number of other districts in the WISD recognized and celebrated World Down Syndrome Day. The PAC is grateful for the support of our communities and advocating for those with Down syndrome. This month, our communities have the opportunity to celebrate and bring awareness to those students living with autism, as April is Autism Awareness Month. We invite Milan Area Schools and all the communities in the WISD to learn about autism and incorporate learning opportunities in their classrooms to bring awareness and acceptance to those living with this neurodiverse disorder. Another date to take note of is April 15th, which is National American Sign Language Day. Many teachers and paraprofessionals incorporate ASL when working with our students with special needs. ESL is a wonderful language for visual learners as well as those who are deaf or hard of hearing. As noted earlier, this month was Paraprofessional Appreciation Day. The PAC is so grateful for the work that this support staff does to help our students thrive and grow in their education. Recognizing the value of these staff members, the PAC has focused many discussions on enhancing their training and development. We've been pleased to see progress in this area with the WISD and within some districts. Ideally, every district in the WISD would have training in basic behavioral intervention. The PAC is advocating for all districts to provide meaningful training to their paraprofessionals. We believe that equipping our support staff with the tools to do their jobs well will help to bolster the value of these members. In February, I mentioned that the WISD is holding a para boot camp, and while we don't have specific dates as of yet, I did learn that there are going to be sessions of this week-long training opportunity. There will be one in June, one in July, and one in August. Each session will have spots for 100 paraprofessionals. Registration will be on a first-come basis. The WISD is working to coordinate with WCC to see if this training will provide credits for those paras that are participating in the teacher pilot program. The Para Boot Camp will be a paid training program. The PAC is very grateful for the provided to support our paraprofessionals in their careers, and we highly encourage our staff to take advantage of this paid resource. As warmer weather approaches, many people are looking towards making their summer plans, and often families with children with special needs have difficulty finding programs that can accommodate their children. I attended the Ann Arbor PAC's Summer Resource Fair and learned about several area programs that are able to support children with disabilities. I have a master list of resources, camps, and articles that can help support families as they plan for their summers. A couple of websites worth mentioning are veryspecialcamps.com, where you can search by region and disability category to find programs that can accommodate your child. Bikeprogram.org connects you to a program to educate all cyclists. It's a 7-week-long program with sites in Ann Arbor, Dexter, and Saline, and they work to help all people of all ages learn to ride a bike and help support families in finding adaptive bikes. And sunfieldcenter.com has a listing of current camps and day programs throughout Michigan that can support children with disabilities. If any families are interested in finding more summer resources, they can connect with me through email at andreabenninkpacrep@gmail.com. At the March PAC meeting, we heard from Naomi Norman, the Special Education Millage Renewal. This millage helps fund special education programming in the WISD and all the local districts. PAC supports this millage renewal. As time gets closer to the renewal coming up for a vote, we will be speaking with our districts, our communities, and voters to encourage support for passing this important funding. Without this funding, special education programs and services would be directly impacted, as would district budgets. The PAC looks forward to connecting with our communities to garner support. I also heard from Deborah Hester Washington, who is the Special Education Director for the WISD. The PAC, the draft WISD Special Education Service Delivery Plan. The plan outlines how special education services are funded and delivered within each district of the WISD. The PAC is now tasked with reviewing the plan, meeting with our special education administrators to better understand the service delivery plan, and determining what, if any, revisions should be recommended. The PAC's role in reviewing the plan is collaborative and consultative in nature. Representatives seek to understand how the plan will directly impact our districts and ultimately the students it is meant to serve. I met with Lon Smith last month, and we discussed the special education services draft and how the updates impact Milan. The biggest updates seem to be in denoting what services are funded by the Milan Area School District and what services are funded by the WISD. We also talked about the Special Education Millage Fund renewal, and our conversation also included the extended school year and regional opportunities for summer experiences for students with special needs. Mr. Smith noted that the summer camp program in Milan area schools is often staffed with personnel who are also paraprofessionals during the school year. It is recommended that if you have a student with special needs who is not participating in ESY or needs additional care beyond that, to contact the summer camp program director, Sheila Meyer. to see if this is an opportunity that would be a good fit for your student. This past month, I was able to distribute more PAC flyers with resources and physical handouts with the support of Mr. Gearbaugh. I'm grateful to be able to effectively share this in our school community. I have received warm welcome with our building staff and administrators, and gratitude from staff for bringing these flyers to them and families. Sharing support and resources is a critical component of the special education community and a main role for PAC representatives. I look forward to continuing with this communication service. This upcoming month's PAC meeting is Tuesday, April 18th at 6:30 in the WISD TLC building. Our meetings are open to the public, and we strive to have time in each meeting for sharing what is happening in each of our districts. Our specific topics for the month of April include information on how an IEP team determines a student's eligibility for High Point and other WISD services. We will have continued discussion on the Special Education Service Delivery Plan, and we will also hear from Melissa Zimmerman from Moving Towards Independence about services available to community members with disabilities who are transitioning into adulthood. If any member of the Milan area schools community has questions, needs support, or help finding resources, I can be reached via email at andreabennick@pacrep@gmail.com. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to update the board and community this evening.
Thank you. Any questions, Ms. Bennick?
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
Thank you.
Thank you for the update. Next up in the area of learning environment and culture is the book study, Why Meadow Died. And again, this is a book about the shooting in Parkland, Florida on February 14th of 2018, where 17 people were murdered in that school. And the board is doing a book study on that book. We're looking at chapters 7 and 8 this evening. And just to summarize those chapters, if you remember, we ended chapter 6 with the shooter, Cruz, with a fight that he instigated. And after that fight, he became more unstable. There's a organization that's the Youth Emergency Services that were called 3 times the week after that fight to evaluate if institutionalized per Florida's Baker Act. Each time that was visited, he denied the behaviors that he was being called out for, and the Youth Emergency Services did not recommend further intervention. Then the school counselors and Youth Emergency Services, counselors called the Florida Department of Children and Families, and that entity determined that his level of risk was low, and they closed the case. Soon after that, his mom let him buy his first of many guns. Cruz, the earlier school that Cruz attended with students with disabilities, reached out to his high school that he did the shooting, reached out to have him come back to that school with students with disabilities. He was not returned. He stayed within the school that he was at. And he revoked disability protections and was allowed to stay in that high school. After that, he continued to be absent from school many days. He continued to perform poorly and had behavior issues. He was advised to enter a virtual credit recovery school, so he was withdrawn from his high school. And this was about 1 year before the shooting, and also when he bought the AR-15 that he used in the shooting. He did poorly in credit recovery school. He continued to make many threats on social media, which were reported to authorities, but the authorities did not formally document many of these encounters. His father died the November before the shooting. At that point, he lived with several other community, and one member even called the high school to see if he could be brought back, and the assistant principal said no. Then that moves us into the chapter 8, which is a difficult chapter to read. It's the summary of the shooting, and they go through all of the 17 people that were murdered. and as well as the 17 people that were injured. And it just gives a summary of that. A campus security monitor was riding a golf cart around the perimeter and recognized Cruz as he got out of an Uber ride, and he was carrying a black can. The monitor considered approaching him, but he was afraid to, and he radioed another security monitor. Either of those monitors could have called a code red warning, which would have meant a shooter, but did not, later stating that the training allowed code reds only if a gun was seen. Additionally, the principal had mandated that only the principal is allowed to call a code red. The assistant principal said the volume on his portable radio was turned down, so he did not hear the first gunshots nor any of the early radio about Cruz's intrusion onto campus. The perimeter security monitor radioed another monitor to report Cruz that he was headed into the building where he did all the shooting. This monitor thought that Cruz was going to go upstairs, so he ran into a stairwell, intending to visually observe Cruz. Instead, Cruz loaded a magazine for his rifle and started killing. After he gave a warning to a freshman to get out of the way, he shot and injured a band student on her way to the bathroom, then killed 3 other students. The second security monitor heard shots and still did not call the code red. A fire alarm was activated, prompting the assistant principal to evacuate the building, and this caused the students to rush out of classrooms and crowded the hallways. If a code red had been announced, their teachers would have secured them inside the classrooms. Meanwhile, Sheriff's Deputy Scott Peterson, the school's resource officer, arrived outside of the who was doing the shooting and ordered security monitors to get out of the building. He drew his gun and hid outside for nearly an hour. Other Broward County deputies arrived. They too remained outside. Crews moved throughout the school unimpeded. A student and 2 teachers were killed as they shielded students or helped them escape. Cruz dropped his rifle and walked out of the crowd, escaping students, and he was later picked up by law enforcement miles from the school. So that's a summary of the 2 chapters that we read. Comments on these chapters? Yeah, Mr. Farrow.
That was a very good summary. 2 difficult chapters to read. Chapter 8 was especially difficult to read. 911 calls inside the building describe a painful, chaotic, and heartbreaking. Students and staff were bleeding, dead, or dying. Nicholas Cruz killed 17 people, and it's a miracle that more were not injured or killed. So the other thing I wanted to mention is there's another section after Chapter 8 called the Politically Correct School District, and there's a lot of what ifs, a lot of sad what ifs if things had been done differently. So.
Thank you, Mr. Farrow. Others?
Dislow?
Yeah, Ms. Freight.
As you and Mr. Farrow kind of alluded to, I think these next couple of chapters in that what if section you were talking about, Tom, gets into, there's a lot of screw ups. Me and Mrs. Leacher talked about this a little bit. I think, because I get emotional about this too, and I don't know how you don't with given the topic, you want accountability. When someone you love and your child, you send your kid off to go to school and something like that. Unfortunately, there's no one answer, and it's almost impossible to get what would ever give any kind of relief. I don't know that there's any out there. But it gets infuriating to continue to read all of the mistakes. I don't think there's one, there's so many. It's so frighteningly scary to sit back and think, well, if that what if list is scary. 42 questions of what if they would have done this different? What if that? What if they would hold somebody accountable? Holy wow, 40, I'm sure there was 42 more. It's frightening to think if you could have just made a different decision. You know, in hindsight's 20/20, you get all that, but wow, I don't think there's ever one thing that goes wrong. I think it's a multitude of things that goes wrong, and I think that's why, and I hope that's one of the things that we take from reading this and being through is to gain. I think one of the first comments I made was I hope that their hindsight proves to be our foresight, and that we can potentially say, okay, well, do we do that differently? You know, in that situation, if we're ever in that situation, can we do this differently? You know, I know Mr. Gearbo's been working, and Mrs. McFall's brought it up a couple times, the keys and security on our doors and things, and it's something that is so on our minds. You know, Mr. Gearbo brought in the security company to go through, and we do have cameras that we are taking. Can you do more? Sure. Even after you do more, I think you can do more. I really do hope that these next couple of difficult chapters, that we take a minute to not necessarily always assess blame, but to use that hindsight as, is that something that we can say we did differently, or you know, will our radios work? You know, do our police chiefs know how to get here and which school, and, you know, not get lost in you know, one of the things I remember taking great solace in with my own children is when you go to our buildings, there are numbers in the windows. I don't know when you did that, Mr. Gearbo, but somebody went through, and our fire department knows, so when you go to our windows, there's like a C1 or a B11 on the outside windows. So that I always thought it was the fire department, could also be the police, know that if we say it's in that building, or that room, from the outside they see in. And that gave my own youngest daughter a great deal of comfort when we drove around, and I'm pretty darn sure every school has it. So, you know, she tried to peg me a couple times on the, well, what about paddock? And we went around every school, and every room had that. So I think there's steps diligently trying to do, and I do think there's areas that we need to be open to say, okay, can we look at that? And then there's the financial end of it. You know, the unfortunate part of all this is there's no easy fix. And a lot of the fixes take a lot of really serious communication and not blaming. You know, there shouldn't be a lot of blame in assessing safety for our kids. And unfortunately, the finance part of that also comes in. So as these next couple of challenge us, I really do hope that they help us have some foresight. Thank you, Mr. Sissel.
Yeah, Mr. Gearbo, do you want to speak to the numbers in the classroom? Because that was one of the findings that came out of the report.
Yes, this was actually all part of my update.
Sorry, Brian.
No, you're fine. You're fine. We do have numbered. We'll be reviewing that numbering system with the Milan Police Department, as we are also bringing in a company through a state grant to do critical incident mapping, which basically will create a digital map of the buildings that 911 will hold. Those maps then can be sent from the 911 dispatch to any police vehicle in any department in Washtenaw County. So actually, I have the contract in hand, and I'm reviewing it right now to sign, and then we'll get under critical incident mapping. And before we do that critical incident mapping, we want to check on some of they're fine with the room numbering. It's the of the primary entrances that they want us to review and possibly renumber. So the room numbering is fine. They just have a system that most police departments recommend for numbering the door. So we'll be looking into that,
Brian,
as we get into the critical incident mapping.
not to interrupt, but what about our Monroe County?
Monroe County,
Too.
yeah.
Okay, you just said Washtenaw. I wanted to make sure
Yeah.
that you were, I know we're doing both, but just
the
so
way
that
the
it's
state wrote the grant, the critical incident map, electronic map, has to be designed to integrate with the 911 systems that have been standardized by the state of Michigan across the entire state.
So it doesn't matter what county, correct? Technically. Okay, thank you for that.
Other comments? Look.
Mr. Sisla?
Yeah, Ms. Murray.
I'll follow Ms. Freight because it's kind of just a build off. I think one of my biggest takeaways, stepping back for a second, chapter 8 was to read. That was just gut-wrenching. But really crystallized for me the multiple failures of communication. And when I went back and looked at chapter 7 again, it really did bring out, like, it wasn't just a failure in that day to me. It was, there were multiple failures of communication, of action, of response on the day of the shooting, but just a pattern, not just in MSD district, but with multiple, I guess you call them service providers, had contact with crews along the way. There was one that stuck out to me. It said where the Public Safety Commission was evaluating and getting ready to do like a threat assessment, and it says the commission could not the Broward Sheriff's Office had ever had access to the information threat assessment. This made me wonder, in looking at this through a Milan lens, as you stated, right, like where can we learn from this? What communication do we do well? And it is everything at every level, from our walkie-talkies and our communication systems within our buildings, but how are we interacting with community appropriate to engage with, for a student, and be connecting with our area support agencies beyond law enforcement, and making sure that we do create and pass along within law, because there's also law that governs that. We are not allowed to share certain things, at certain times with every party, but to the extent that we are allowed to do so, are we doing those things, and are we making sure that we are accurate in tracking and reporting, and just taking care that those supports are in place for all of our students. So, thank you.
You bring up a good point, and I think I'm probably going to steal more, but can you talk more about the walkie-talkies and the communication that's been implemented as part of the security system as well?
Again, I'll just read my superintendent's report on that.
I think it's an great time.
Based on the safety recommendation from our safety consultant, the district recently upgraded our handheld radio system. Every building now has an increased number of handheld radios, all of which are new. We made the move to digital handheld radios instead of analog. The district also owns 16 private channels maintained on 2 separate repeaters. We installed a second repeater at the bus garage on the large antenna. All 16 of those channels were granted to us by the FCC, which was part of the process. Each building or department has their own channel, and there are 2 channels specifically designated for emergency use. Separate channels allow each building or department to use the radios throughout the regular school day to help with safety and security. So elementary schools, teachers take a radio outside to recess, and that radio anyone else that has a radio in the elementary building, and I believe the 2 elementaries each have 10 handheld radios throughout their buildings. During an emergency, all of the handheld radios and all of the radios on our buses can switch to emergency channel, which allows everyone in the district, all the radios and all of the radios on the buses, to all communicate together. It's a click to a different channel on the radio, and then we all have direct access, and our student resource officer will also be carrying one of the radios that has all of that access. So that is in place. We just made those upgrades. The radios were on back order for about 11 months, but we were able to get those radios distributed last week, and we thank Doug Orr, our mechanic. He's the one that handles our radios, because a lot of our radios are on the buses, and working diligently with the company come to fruition. So we are glad to have that in place.
Mr. Gerba, can I ask a follow-up question, and you can feel free to respond later if you need more time. What has been done so far? What is planned in terms of getting the staff up to speed in, like, are they planning to do any kinds of practices or drills with, using those radios?
Yes, in the future we'll be using those radios. We'll be talking about it this summer, and then as we start to do the drills next year, those radios will become part of the drill. We also have paid for, with secure educational consultants, a couple of tabletop exercises that they would come out and run with us, and that would integrate those radios in the entire use by the whole district. So several things coming up next year. And again, I'll share a couple more things during my superintendent.
Thank you.
Mr. Gearbaum? I think I alluded to it when I talked about the training I went through, and I know Milan's done it in the past. Has there been any thought about going through and doing the semi-real scenarios in each of the teachers with like the Nerf guns and things for getting used to the noise and being in your rooms and stuff?
Yes, I think next year when we do our Alice training, we'll be looking at doing training again.
Thank you.
Other comments on the book?
I know we've been talking about all these signs that were missed, but just for everyone's benefit who isn't reading the book, I mean, we're talking about minor things here. I mean, Nicholas Cruz cut himself on Snapchat. He emailed student, at least one student, and threatened him, a student he had fought with before and previously injured. His behavior became so erratic that it was his mother who reached out to the Henderson's Youth Emergency Services team, and when they asked him about whether or not he wanted to hurt himself, he simply just wore long sleeves and said no, he doesn't want to hurt himself. It doesn't say this in here, but it does talk about how just exasperated and tired and overwhelmed his mother must have become, because there were times when she would simultaneously report him to try and get help, and then when the investigators would come out, she'd downplay what had already happened. And so, I mean, time after time, he made it very clear that he wanted to be a professional school shooter. He was harming himself, and at one point, he physically assaults his mother so horrific that she has to have dental work to repair the damage that he has caused. So these were not minor cries for help. I mean, you could not have been more blatantly clear that you needed help than this child. And at this point, I'm not sure if he's still a child, but he's awfully close. And so it just, I think it underscores just how much as a school system we rely upon, you know, social services and other outside agencies to, you know, help with these situations, because there is a limit to what we do. Now, there are school failures. I mean, it talks in here about how there's a perimeter gate all the way around Lind High School, and he walked in that gate. It tells us the time at 2:19, and I think school starts to get out at like 2:30. So he took advantage of this 10-minute window when they started to unlock the gates to help get traffic of the students outside. I mean, these are huge high schools. They're much bigger than ours, and this high school itself, there's several buildings on this campus. So in order to get the traffic of the kids out the door at 30, they started opening the gates early, and he took advantage of that 10-minute window that he had. But then also, you read in here, the school resource officers who saw him coming, who he was, saw him walking with a purpose to the high school, knew he should not have been on the campus. He had been removed from the building at that point, removed from the school district. There was no reason for him to be there, and they did nothing. And then the police do arrive, and they wait when they hear the gunshots inside. And so we've seen this multiple times now, where it's just failure after failure after failure. And it really demonstrates just how much as a district we rely not only on our own safety procedures, but on all other procedures that are out in order to maintain the safety of our students.
Yeah, can you speak to that, Mr. Gear, about the relationship and the referrals to social services if there's a student that's involved in the... Yeah.
Yes. So the first thing that's good in Washington is that the districts all work together, and we also work with all of the law enforcement agencies together, and we also work with the county sheriff and the county court systems. We meet the superintendents and all of the chiefs of those departments meet quarterly to talk through these types of things. And the nice thing is we've all had the same training. We've all had the Alice training and how to handle a situation. Also all now had CSTAG training, which is a threat assessment process that we can implement when we feel a student might be a threat to themselves or others. And the nice piece is if we do that threat assessment and we feel the scores are elevated, we can then bring in an even better trained school district to help run CSTAG and police officers to help run CC because we've all been trained in the same system.
Was the CSTAG process used for the threats that we've received earlier during the school year?
We were trained on it kind of in between some of the tests that occurred afterwards. And I would, whenever we have a student that's exhibiting concerning behavior, we run the initial CSTAG, and there's kind of a few steps. So you run an initial, and if there are elevated scores, then you go into a higher level, and there are rubric things to score those. Having a district social worker who can then reach out and get involved with the county. We've got a lot of things in place. I'm not going to say that mistakes couldn't be made, but I think a lot of the things that are mentioned in this book that were overlooked are things we handle very differently, and I'm not just saying that we would differently, we handle them differently when they occur. So again, I'm not going to say that any district is going to be perfect if a situation occurs, but I think we have a lot of things in place that would sidestep a tremendous amount of the things that were missed or errors that were made as you're reading this book.
And to sidestep on that, Mr. Sislo and I also, the WASB, attended, we did the training, or not the training, but we heard about the training and the communications and things as well that are offered throughout the entire Washtenaw County, and could ask individual questions for our own. So should our board feel we need to do any other, I'm more than happy to go back to the WASB. It's a topic of great interest to all of our districts. As Brian meets quarterly, is something we can easily pull in again. And Mr. Sislo and I also got to sit down and hear about the different resources available and the communications and everything we're doing. And that was within, I want to say, 4 months, Mr. Sislo, of us. Yeah. We did that because it was we did that because it was brought to the forefront. So there's a lot of things that the resources that Mr. Sislo or Mr. Gearbaugh was talking about that have been also updated and brought into, so not only like our walkie-talkies, but also their communication and their understanding. Well,
I will also add, I don't have any concern that the Milan police or any other department that comes here are going to wait outside. That is just, I mean, in every meeting that I attend with all of the police chiefs, whether it's Saline, Dexter, Washtenaw County, the sheriff's office, they're not waiting. They don't even wait until there's a group here. They've been trained that if you're the first officer there, you're going in alone. The others will come when they get there. And, we also have things, and we've heard this a couple of times now, when school districts pull a fire drill. That's the in this situation, because you're now sending all of the students to the shooter. That's why we have lockdowns, and that's why we have different processes in place to handle that. And I can tell you, the whole concept of a code red, and only one person can determine a code red, that's not the case in this district. I can call 911 at any point. Anyone in this district can contact any office and make the decision that it's not safe. We have all kinds of procedures in place that allow any staff person to make a judgment and communicate with the office or with anyone, police or anyone, to say, we've got someone here that shouldn't be here and isn't safe. So those are the things that when I hear it, it seems so ludicrous to me. There's no way that I would ever support those types of systems where only one person can call a code red. First off, the first thing you learn in your training is you don't use codes. You just say what's happening. That way no one's questioning, well, what's a code red? Is that different than a code yellow? Even that's outdated. Alice teaches you just say what's happening. What are you going to do? Tell the shooter what he's doing? He knows what he's doing. I mean, it's silly to try and use these codes, and the students and the staff have to know what's going on. Part of Alice is the alert. That's what A stands for. Get everybody the information they need. So yeah, as I read and hear about this, some of the things that went on, it really is just confounding to me that those things were in place. I just don't understand it.
Mr. Gislo, I'll give kudos to our district on that. Personal note, as many of you know, I subbed in Milan area schools for over 12 years, and I was substituting in a class, and there's levels. We've discovered throughout the lockdowns we've had a lower level lockdown, higher lockdown. And I had a medical situation in which I had to alert and get help and all of those things. So as a substitute within our building at the middle school, I had to do the alert. I had to get the resources. I didn't hesitate, nor did I meet with any resistance of, Mrs. Freight, what are you doing at all? You know, and I just went into mom mode because I did not have the training at the time, and just sent my kids, did what we did, and at any step of the I did not meet with any resistance or any challenge or any what did you do, or you didn't do this right. It was just handled and taken care of, and kids knew what was happening, our staff knew what was happening, they responded appropriately, and it was taken care of. And I can say for a fact, I knew because I without hesitation, and again, didn't meet with any resistance, so I feel very confident within our district as well that that's one thing that we do handle very well.
Thank you, Ms. Freight. Other comments on the book?
Mr. Sislo?
Yes, Ms. Gutierrez.
So I read this book several months ago and came back to it as a board member this week in response to chapters, and I recall how important and heart-wrenching these 2 chapters were, and it made it particularly difficult this week to read. And I think us sadly have had the conversation with ourselves in our head of what would be those last words we say to our child, and that was particularly hard to read about this one student whose dad told her to be careful, be quiet, be calm. And so I think this just calls into all of us the shared community and the very sad shared experience that we as a society now have of having this be part of our culture. And so I think chapter calls into question and calls into action the various opportunities that we have as a school system, as a medical system, as a criminal justice system, as families and individuals, and especially I think as individuals, to intervene and stop this from happening. I think there's not one easy answer. So many different opportunities of the what ifs. What if the child was institutionalized? What if they saw a psychiatrist who made a diagnosis? What if a judge made a different decision? What if a police officer had not left the home? And so I think it's important to remember that this is incumbent on all of us, not just those that are directly sitting within the school district, but us as a society, that our society and our police force and our schools and our hospitals and our courts are made of individual people who can make a difference in these scenarios, and that we remember that we care about each other and that we care about our children as humans, and that we see ourselves as having an individual responsibility to act and to be part of a larger solution. I'm so glad to hear from you, Mr. Girba, about the ongoing meetings that happen between the superintendents and the court system and the police chiefs, and I imagine also with Washtenaw County Families and Children or something, that this is an integrated system, because I think we need to remember that it is truly integrated. And as Michelle mentioned, there's so much that the school district gets support from outside agencies, that we really need to work together and work together in a very transparent way. And we have to come to the table with an idea that we are all there to collectively solve the problem, and we trust each other, and we have to have that mutual trust. And so frankly, I've learned a lot in the last 15 minutes of this conversation, and I'm really glad many of the positive things happening in Milan area schools and our county as a whole. And I think conversations, because this is not an easy fix, and it's going to take all of us, both in our formal roles within the district, but also as members of our large community and humanity.
Thank you. Other comments?
Mr. Sislo?
Yes, Ms. Murray.
I'll just add on, I guess. thanks, Ms. Gutierrez, for your beautiful characterization. I have always thought that one of the strengths of our school district and our town is our size and our tight-knit nature. We have the type of community where your kid can't ride down, the street on their bike and throw trash in someone's yard without getting called out for it by a neighbor and having a phone call to a parent within 30 minutes. And I was just curious, I think when we talk about county systems, Broward County versus Washtenaw County, and in our brain, or at least in mine, we sort of equivocate those two things. A county is a county, but I just wanted to highlight, as a former Fulton County, Georgia schools teacher, that county was ridiculously huge. We had over 100,000 students enrolled in Fulton County schools when I taught there. And I was one of 100 certified staff in one building, and my school alone had 2,000 students at the elementary level. And so I was just curious to look up Broward County, and they are currently the 7th largest district in the country with 256,000 students enrolled, which makes them over 125 times larger than Milan area schools. And so when I think about context, our community versus that one, there is absolutely so much that we can learn from this situation. But I think that context really matters, and to keep that in perspective, that as you so beautifully stated, we have this culture within our community where we all do our part, we all step up, we're all aware, we're all participating at each level of stakeholding that we are a part of. And so I think that as we move forward and as we continue to strengthen our own systems, we can lean on that and lean into that tight-knitness of our community. So to offer that context. That's all. Thank you.
It's also important, we have to also remember we're in 2 counties. I mean, we're in Washtenaw County and Monroe County, and serve many townships. I mean,
yes, I was thinking
Augusta,
WIS.
Absolutely. I mean, we have to. I grew up in Monroe County, so it is a part of this district for sure, and we need to. That is a part of the response. So, any other comments? Thank you. So the next time we'll review chapters 9 and 10. All right, next up, personnel and leadership. I need a motion to appoint the following to the position listed and base salary listed effective June 12, 2023. Shelby Muir for a Milan High School counselor.
Moved by Rosa.
Support by Murray.
It's been moved and supported to appoint the following person to the position listed and base salary listed effective June 12, 2022. Shelby Muir, Milan High School counselor. Discussion. I understand this is a replacement for retirement.
It is a replacement for retirement. I know it's odd to be approving someone effective June 12th, so let me explain. The person who we hired is currently a counselor in a school in Colorado. She is following her spouse here as he's going to be attending the University of Michigan for some postgraduate work. So she is going to wrap up her school year in Colorado on June 6th. They are moving here the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And by approving her June 12th, she's going to come in, our counselor work 10 days in the summer to work on master scheduling and preparing for the next year. And so she will be here to work with the rest of the high school team for those 10 days. So her salary is being set on this year's pay scale, actually 10 days this summer, to get integrated with all the rest of the high school office and be ready to roll when the students return next school.
Any questions or comments? All right, it's been moved and supported to appoint following person to the position listed and base salary listed effective June 12, 2023. Shelby Muir for Milan High School counselor. Ms. Heika.
Rosenleacher,
Yes.
Sislo,
Yes.
Farrow,
Yes.
Freight,
Yes.
Gutierrez,
Yes.
Heika, yes, Murray.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, next up on the agenda is for communications and community engagement. Back to public comment. And just a reminder, this meeting is education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business and is not to be considered a public meeting. There are 2 times for public participation during the meeting as indicated in the agenda. When addressing the board, you will be asked to state your name. The board determines the amount of time granted to individuals or groups to speak. Each person shall be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes. Board members may question speakers but are not obligated to answer questions or make statements or commitments in response to issues raised by the public. In general, such items will be referred to the superintendent for advisement, study, and/or recommendation, or designated as future agenda items for board consideration. Are there any students who would like to? Public would like to address the board?
Good evening, Rachel. Brian, how many radios were purchased?
35 radios.
And so how is that divided among the schools?
There, I believe, are 10 at 9 at Simons. There's 7 at the middle school and 6 or 7 at the high school. The middle school and high school still have some of their older radios that they can also repurpose.
So will those radios, are they analog then? Will we work with the digital on this digital system?
No, the analog will work. We have designated purposes.
So what is the ratio of teachers and staff that have the radios?
Teachers and staff have telephones in their classrooms. They don't all have radios.
Again, I address my concern that I raised at the last meeting where the high school has changed from a 7-hour day to a 6 day. I have received no response on any sort of information that there is data that supports that this is in the best interest of our students, and that's disappointing. Also, I thought it was a very valid point that Avery Powell raised at the last board meeting, and she asked you, Mr. Girabaugh, about how the switch would affect the students who are part of the consortium program. And as far as I wasn't able to make the end of the meeting. I listened to as much as I could. The audio was not great, but you did respond to her. You told her to respond to Mr. Sh. But I think it's important for you to, I'm sure that you were part of the decision-making process on this switch, and I think that it's important for you to address the public in that, because I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment.
Got to read the minutes from last meeting, and as usual, the secretary has picked her wording very carefully. So she characterized my public comment as Holly accused, she loves to say I accuse and allege, accused the board of not believing in diversity and inclusion. I wasn't accusing any of you of anything. I was pointing out your obvious hypocrisy and bias. There's a difference. And that it was because you guys didn't appoint a candidate that I support. No, it's because you refuse to appoint a candidate who doesn't support your personal politics, very different view, and that I addressed my own views on declining enrollment. They're not my views, they're just facts. So wanted to point out a few things. In February, the minutes, again, Holly alleged that Milan test scores were plummeting. Heike responded to the allegations made by me during public comment, including providing updated info on increased test scores. So again, she's using her position to manipulate and passive-aggressively draft minutes to discredit and represent people that she disagrees with in the community. And apparently all of you are okay voting to approve those minutes, knowing that that's not entirely accurate. Interesting, she seems to provide glowing summaries of her own personal comments. I know that's shocking to most of us. So In addition to Michelle Heike, a previous board member, Jan Kiger, on March 8th, wanted to grace us with her presence and congratulated the district on their test scores. Thankfully, she, like me, is restricted by the 3-minute time limit, so she no longer is given unlimited time to shame us while she waves her Bible in front of us. But she chose to comment about our increased test scores. At those test scores and see what Michelle and Jan felt so strongly about, and we can do that by looking at Brian Gearbaugh's own scorecard that to all of you on March 8th. So credit given where credit is due. Obviously, there's something going as there. Most scores have gone up from last year, obviously, because last year was again complete crap because of all the ridiculous quarantines and masks and everything else you guys were still doing. However, if you look at the year before all of that stuff started happening, 2018, and you compare those scores to the scores this year, that tells you how we range as far as where we were before COVID hit, what the baseline was, and where we stand now. Are we to where we were? And the reality is we are not, except for Simons. Simons is up from 2018, 17.7 points for math, 10.7 points for ELA. Something's going well there. You guys should probably look at that and discuss it, don't you think? Because that's the only place it's going well. Look at Paddock, NWEA scores from math from 2018 to 2022, still 12.4 points. What about ELA? Down 5.2. Middle school down 4.4, down 14.9. Their M-STEP PSAT down 9.5. ELA down 13.9. High school down 15.3 for the SAT from 2018 to 2022. You know what's really messed up is that in 2021, they actually had a better score, and they're still below that. So they're below negative 45.2 points in the SAT in high school from this year to the year before. Why aren't you guys talking about that? Isn't that exactly what you're expected to do? But instead, you're too busy mischaracterizing me and then congratulating the district on their glowing test scores. Congratulations. Have a good night, Michelle. Hope you enjoy your board comments.
Thank you for your. Are there others?
Taxpayer, stakeholder. So I'm here tonight because I've been reading the book, also Why Meadow Died, and I think we've talked about this before, but it still deserves some revisiting. That Obama's restorative justice policy is to keep kids in school, regardless of whether they're a danger to other people. And I just wanted to make sure that, we can talk all about the communication process that broke down Park's tale. Let's go to, what is the main thing. They were not giving Nikki Cruz any punitive, criminal justice. And they did everything they could to keep him in. Our mental health system in our country has broke down. But anyway, now I do have another comment. I have a friend who is a para, or was a para here at the high school, and very well known and very well liked. Moved over to Celine. She tells me it's the best move she ever made, although she misses the kids here so much. But she's getting paid and getting credit for the things she does, getting paid way more, getting more vacation time, and I'm just really sad because, Milan is missing because that was a quality paraprofessional, and now she's gone, and I just feel bad.
The comment. Other.
I'm Annette Tellis. I'm 41 now. Years ago, I went to college school when I was in high school, my junior and senior year. if we cut back on the time in school, I went to Saline, and my drive, I started my day in Ann Arbor. But I would drive there. My parents bought me a car to make sure I could drive to Huron Valley Academy, which was located in Ann Arbor at the time. Afterwards, in my first hour there, was long. Big mistake. I cut a lot of between lunch, school, or anything. But in between, or consortium shortening class, a better than they ever did. I guess on certain things that I got away with way more than I should have. That's take responsibility for yourself, but at the same time, the school needed to have more responsibility themselves. That's a lot of days that I did this. My mom caught on before school ever did. It's just I'm just mentioning it as something to address of when you have these things and then you're cutting hours, but then I went to college and I've done well and did things, but not everybody's going to have that either. They pull themselves back in straight. So it's, schools, especially coming from working in corrections and seeing what happens when people go the other way. And certain things just as schools helping and being accountable and help keeping them in line, if that makes sense. It's just when you're doing the whole balancing. And keeping students accountable themselves too. But, sorry, I'm a good public speaker.
No, it's absolutely.
Just try to address that. So what?
Thank you. For are there other comments? All right, thank you for those comments this evening. Just a reminder, our student board reps are excused this evening. Superintendent comments, Mr. Gearbaugh.
Yeah, several things to share this. First, prior to spring break, we had numerous band members earn district and state recognition. The Milan High School Wind Ensemble earned an or superior rating for all 4 judges and an overall rating of excellent at the district band festival. State solo and ensemble was held recently for the students earning a superior rating at the district competitions. Earning a Division II state medal were Peter Pena and Zachary Fink, a woodwind duet, Skylar Shank, Andrew Ostrom, Ewan Johnson, Warren Petrika, and Peter Pena were in a brass quintet. And earning a Division I rating at state were Emma Overbeek and Jessica Lupke on a saxophone duet. Emma Overbeek, Jessica Lupke, Justin and Jason Woe, saxophone. And Mackenzie McDaniel, Cameron Satterley, Angelina Pena, Gabrielle Dryden, Owen Burdett, Carter Somerville, Ben Orlando, and Wesley Murphy were a percussion octet. Congratulations to all of the band students and Mrs. Upton for her wonderful instruction and support behind students' accomplishments. Prior to spring break, our high school choirs also celebrated some major accomplishments. The Milan High School Concert Choir received an excellent top score overall rating at Choir Festival, and the Milan High School Chamber Choir raised their overall score significantly this year, earning 115 out of 120 points for their excellent rating. Spring break and Easter weekend, students returned to state testing this week, and we encourage all staff and students to finish strong through the last 8.5 weeks of the school year. The calendar for the 23-24 school year was shared with every Milan area schools household, and the calendar is also now available on the district website. For daily athletic updates and all athletic schedules, please make sure to visit milanbigreds.org. The high school shift to a 6-hour day will actually improve the situation for consortium students, because consortium students before were missing 2 hours and a part of an hour and had to actually on the bus on the way back. Now that the hours are, students when they go to the consortium will truly just miss 2 hours. Will be able to eat lunch here at the high school when they return. So it will actually make consortium more accessible to our students.
Can you just explain, we're not shortening the day?
We are not shortening the school day. No, we're just switching. The start and end time will actually get lengthened by a minute at the high school, We're just going from 7 class periods to 6 class periods. Each class period will be longer in length for the total school day to be the same length.
Requirement of the amount of time that students are.
Yes, we have to have 180 days of school scheduled and 1,098 hours of school scheduled.
Yeah,
so we can't shorten the school day.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gearbaugh, not to build on Mr. Sislow's question, that's, our middle school's already at 6, so our 8th graders coming up
Yes,
will be
our
able
8th
to
graders
anticipate
coming
and
up will
kinda
be used to a 6-hour
go
day.
right into that flow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. The other thing that I think is important when you're looking at test scores is to look at where we are in comparison to state scores. A perfect example is in the SAT scores. While our SAT scores are down in comparison to how far down the state SAT scores are, we have actually improved by 75 points versus the state score over that time period. Again, that's just one example, but I think it's definitely important to not just look at Milan area schools, but look at the state as a whole when you are looking at test scores. Some positive news: Sarah O'Neill, our district social worker, had a baby girl, Eloise Ann O'Neill. Mom and baby are doing well, and we wish them all the best. President Sislo and I look forward to conducting new board member orientation for Mrs. Gutierrez next week. I know that she's already registered for some MASB courses and has already started some training sessions, and so she's jumped in wholeheartedly. Greatly appreciate that. I already read my comments on the radios. There are a lot of coming dates that are important, so please make sure you look at. Tomorrow I will be meeting with Secure Education, which is the company that did our safety review. We are putting together a spreadsheet that has all of the recommendations. We're putting responsible parties to them. We're putting timelines in place. SEC is going to support us in achieving and improving in those areas. So there is a lot going on with safety behind the scenes right now, and some of that will start to become visible over the next months and into next school year. I already discussed the critical incident meeting. We have the company selected, and I have the contract in hand. I just need to review it and make sure that they are going to meet all state grant requirements. Lastly, the Washtenaw County Intermediate School District hosted a legislative meeting on Monday, April 3rd. Several topics were discussed at the meeting. I personally spoke to our local legislators about the upcoming school aid budget, the statewide teacher shortage, the statewide decline in student enrollment, and the future of career and technical education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gearbaugh. We'll move on to board members. A few things in regards to committees. With Ms. Gutierrez on board now, she is going to be a member of the Academics and Programs Committee. So thank you, Mr. Farrow, for serving in an interim role. And then the other change is Ms. Rosen Leacher is going to become the chairperson of Personnel and Leadership, and Ms. Gutierrez will serve on that committee. And Ms. Murray will become the chairperson of the Communications and Community Engagement Committee. So those are the changes that are put in place in regards to committees. Pretty much Ms. Gutierrez is filling in for the committee where Ms. Macchio left. So that's the thinking behind that, and just some switching of the chair people. Talk about is the Big Red Board Chat. So it was mentioned in regards to a dialogue with the board members. Our next one is next Wednesday, April 19th, 2023, from 6 to 7:30 at the Paddock Elementary Campus. We're going to be talking about communications, and it's going to be myself, Ms. Rosen Leacher, and Ms. Freight that are attending that meeting and going over some of the enhancements that we've gone through with the Communications Committee and the new District Communications Committee, and some things coming up in regards to that. The board does value dialogue. I mean, we've had 3 big chats within the past year, and in fact, the last one on January 17th, 2023 was school safety, where there was dialogue and many of the things that were included in. So we do value that dialogue with the community. Other board member comments.
Real quick, Mr. Sislo, just a WASB exec board update. We did have a small Zoom meeting, and we our officers. So our president now is Tom Rawlings from Lincoln. I am the vice president. Our secretary and treasurer is Janice from Ypsilanti, schools. And our LR representative is Michael McVeigh from Saline. We're also putting together, I'm on the committee for a student forum, so we're trying to look into potentially having student voices throughout the 9 districts meeting together, but it's all within a WASB type of thing. Next legislative breakfast is on April 20th. And once again, we'll have food because we're hoping to have it in person. So if you want to get up at 7:30 at the ISB, they will have food for you as well.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Other board member comments?
So,
Yes, Mr. Farrell.
first, I want to thank the paras for all that they do, their hard work, their efforts. I appreciate you every day, just on a date designated for you. So despite what you heard from one community member, please know that me, my family, my kids appreciate all of you. And in terms of student enrollment, I reached out to MAS with respect to student enrollment. Milan student data, student enrollment is consistent with that of other districts within Washtenaw ISD, as well as throughout the state. I also want to note that the district's budget, anticipated revenue and expense is aligned with current enrollment numbers. So there aren't any surprises. In terms of declining enrollment, this could be associated with declining birth rates in Michigan. For example, in March 2019, the Bridge publication stated that Michigan has seen the second highest drop in the annual number of births since 2000, while the nation has seen a 5% loss, approaches 20%, only Illinois has fared worse. I also want to point out from 24/7 Wall Street, that indicates that the number of people who moved away from our state contracted by 0.14% over the 12 months ending in July 21. So in essence, what we have is a declining birth rate. We also have people moving out of state. We also heard earlier from at least one community member about our political ideologies. It simply fascinates me that practicing basic empathy and valuing people who are part of this community somehow paints us in a negative light, some of us in a negative light. I also want to congratulate the soccer team for their win tonight, 3-0 over River. Finally, I just want to comment on the fact that the middle school has a parent meeting on April 20th at 7 p.m. Also, June 8th is 8th grade graduation night, and June 12th is the Milan Middle School Color Run fundraiser to help with field trip student new library furniture. My last comment is from my perspective as a board member that's been on the board for 2 years. I went into the appointment of a school board trustee professionally with an open mind, and I believe that I participated in selecting a qualified individual to serve on our board, and I want to again welcome Carrie to the Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Others?
Disla?
Yes, Ms. Murray.
Hi. I will echo Mr. Farrell's comments about our paraprofessionals. As a very recent Milan Area Schools teacher, I can attest to just the absolute stellar job that our paraprofessionals do in our school community, and outright say that I could not have done my job as effectively as I did without their daily support. So that being said, I want to offer myself as a channel for concerns, congratulations, positive things that are happening. And I think other board members would agree. We would love to hear from our paras. If you have concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out. We would love to work alongside you. There's that, so thank you. And Ms. Gutierrez, welcome. I'm glad that you are here. Grateful to have you and ready to work together. To the question, or like our scores. I just want to lift up that this is April of a very long school year, because they're all very long. By the time we get to April, teachers, all school staff, students are all tired. And I just want to say that this is the time when we need to lift up and celebrate the accomplishments of our students and our staff and our teachers, because our students are growing. I'm not sure to which data Ms. Villade was referring to. It sounded like MSTEP. I couldn't be certain at the pace of her comments. But I just wanted to highlight the difference, too, between MSTEP and NWEA. MSTEP is criterion reference, which just looks at benchmark performance. It's a one moment in time snapshot of where a student is at based on grade level performance measures. NWEA, on the other hand, which our students take at least 3 times a year currently, is a norm reference test, and it puts students on the spectrum compared to peers of their same age and in their same grade level. And if you go to the district website and you just hit the little search thing for NWEA and go to our February update for our benchmark goals, you will see plus signs from fall to winter. Our students are growing, and they are working incredibly hard to do so. And I just feel that that absolutely needs to be said and shouted again and again and again. And it's just one moment in time. Our students are growing. I'll just wish our 6th graders at MMS a beautiful time at camp. Please pet a snake for me. That's all.
Would you guys mind if I suspended board comments until after?
Oh, thank
Nope.
you. Sorry, I was.
So we will take up board comments after the closed session. So now I need a motion to appoint Attorney Rob Dietzel of the Troon Law Firm PC to serve as the board hearing officer for the student disciplinary hearing.
Moved by Heike.
Support by Rosenleacher.
So moved and supported to appoint Attorney Rob Dietzel of Troon Law Firm PC as the board's hearing officer for the student disciplinary hearing. Ms. Heike.
Sislo?
Yes.
Farrow?
Yes.
Freight?
Yes.
Gutierrez?
Yes.
Heike, yes. Murray?
Yes.
Rosenleacher?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, next session pursuant to Section 81B of the Michigan Open Meetings Act, and upon request of the student's parent guardian for the purpose of conducting a hearing to consider the discipline of a student whose identity is known as the board as student 2022-2023-6.
Moved by Heike.
Support by Farrow.
It's been moved and supported to enter into closed session. Is there any comments or concerns? All right, just to be aware, when we return, we will vote on the student discipline action, and then we will finish up board comments after that. So it's been moved and supported to enter into session pursuant to Section 81B, and upon request of the student's parent guardian for the purpose of conducting a hearing to consider the discipline of a student who's known as 2022-2023-6. Ms. Heike.
Farrow?
Yes.
Freight? Gutierrez? Yes. Heike? Yes, I'm sorry. Murray?
Yes.
Leacher?
Yes.
Sislo?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, so we will move into closed session at 8:03.
as participate in addition to expulsion.
Anyone who